have found your codes for this beautiful piano melody at the beginning. And now it's time for me to welcome you for the final Gaza Tribune for the next 3 to 4 days. We will be hearing witnessing who will be discussing and analyzing and for the past period. Conference in 4 days happening in Gaza. Wish you a good morning.
I also want to pay tribute to all of the dedicated members of the steering that have worked tirelessly these past months to make the Gaza Tribunal become a reality. We are grateful to the sponsors who initially came to invite the tribunal, a task we have been devoted to for more than a year. Without the support of Taha Ayhan and his associates, as well as the Islamic Cooperative Youth Forum, we would not have had the resources to make this tribunal a reality. We thank him and his associates also for upholding the pledge of political independence from any interference by politicians in this endeavor and in our efforts. Finally, we thank the University of Istanbul for providing us with the hosting auspices. We convene at a critical moment of paused genocidal assault on the Palestinian civilian population of occupied Gaza, with lethal spillover effects in the West Bank. Although thankful for this pause in bombardment and drone missiles and surveillance and disastrous effects consisting of prior periodic cutoffs in the delivery of humanitarian aid, it is far from enough. We should be on our guard against supposing that the genocide is over or that a just peace is on its way. This is the time for vigilance, not a time to suppose that the urgent challenge posed by the Gaza genocide has become a matter of history. We must remind ourselves that the surviving Gazan population continues to be struggling day by day with homelessness, hunger, disease, injuries, the pain of lost and mutilated loved ones, induced chaos, and a variety of Israeli violent provocations. Gazans continue to be confronted with the instabilities of an ultra-dangerous wasteland, undoubtedly haunted by fears that the high-intensity genocide of preceding months could resume at any moment. The global media, the Arab and Muslim majority countries, have shifted their focus from genocide to the Trump diplomacy, creating this wide taking over. The Trump initiative has yielded a fragile ceasefire, to be sure, properly welcomed by most of the world, and especially by the desperate survivors. The Trump diplomacy claims to go further, boasting of having found a solution for the underlying conflict, drafted with a plan that harkens back to colonial times by a so-called Board of Peace headed by Donald Trump, to be administered under the direction of Tony Blair. They're in relation to the crimes that have been committed. Contrary, both the perpetrator of genocide and the chief enabler have suddenly assumed the mantle of peacemaker before the stunned eyes and ears of the world. We should be aware that Israel has not even renounced the genocidal goals of established greater by this Janus background that the final session of the GPT meets. Janus is the Roman god who faced in two directions. One face looked at what has gone to come, transitions, and also with the Gaza Tribunal. In the coming days, the jury will listen to survivor testimony from persons who have lived through this terrible ordeal in Gaza that started days after the Hamas attack. It will also hear expert witnesses addressing the main component elements of genocide us with the hosting auspices. We convene at a consisting of prior periodic cutoffs in the delivery of humanitarian aid, it is far from enough. We should be on our guard against supposing that the just peace is on its way. This is the time for vigilance, not a time to suppose before the stunned eyes and ears of the world. We should be aware that Israel's of establishing greater Israel by absorbing the Palestinian territories within its sovereign territorial space. It is against this Janus-faced background that the final session of the GPT meets. Janus is the Roman god who faced in two directions. One face looked at what has gone before. The other face looks at what is to come. It is the god of transitions and also of false hopes. So it is with the jury will listen to survivor testimony from persons who have lived through this terrible ordeal in Gaza that started days after the Hamas attack of October 7th, 2023. It will also hear expert witnesses addressing the main components of genocide as the devastation of more than 83% of Gaza homes, the destruction of water, electricity, and sanitation infrastructure, the deliberate targeting of hospitals, places of worship, heritage sites, schools and universities, as well as assassinations carried out against journalists, doctors, health and aid delivery personnel, and truth tellers, as well as UNRWA staff members. We wish to make clear that the Gaza Tribunal is not trying to compete with or mimic conventional courts by adjudicating between antagonistic parties from a starting point of neutrality. It is openly partisan and does not proceed from the adage, innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. At the same time, we take note of the judicial professionalism of the International Court of Justice, National Tribunal. The Gaza Tribunal came into being as an act of conscience on the part of society around the world and guided by a multinational steering committee and an advisory policy council. From the start, it has account of horrifying events unfolding in Gaza over the past 2 years. And justice oriented, durable peace throughout, which has allowed to occur at this point to any extent. Such an undertaking partakes of the same motivations that inform the struggle of fearless to file commentaries on the images of dailies happening in Gaza. In this sense, the GPT is a form of societal resistance to state propaganda and media which selectively filter news imports so as to convey pro-Israeli. A recent attempt is the incredible attention to the relative and joyful 20 living $1,900 Palestinians, mostly arbitrarily imprisoned and badly abused without being worthy of the slightest notice. The contrast, the double standards in reporting this hostage prisoner release reinforces the central aim of the Israel propaganda machine to present itself as victim rather. The Gaza Tribunal also gives vent to the geopolitics that paralyze preventive enforcement actions that could have challenged the genocide at its initial stage. As long as the geopolitical muscle of the Western liberal democracy of the legitimacy war that is won or lost by the side that gains control of the legal and moral public discourse. And did this by the special procedures of the Human Rights Council that established a Gaza Commission of Inquiry composed of international law and experts that released a month ago an 82-page report that documented in detail the Gaza genocide. Even more dramatic were the 3 superbly researched reports on the genocide submitted by Francesca Albanese, the unpaid UN Special Rapporteur. Despite facing taunting harassments and hurtful defamation, Ms. Albanese bravely was threatened. Yes, I can. Was bravely threatened in her heroic carry the truth to a wider public to counter the official lies and propaganda. For her efforts, she was subjected to unprecedented sanctions by the U.S. government, barring entry to the U.S. to deliver her report to the General Assembly and having her American assets frozen, all in violation of the U.S. obligation to uphold the host country treaty. In another brazen move, the U.S. denied visas to representatives of the PLO while welcoming the Israeli Prime Minister. Unsurprisingly, the President of Colombia called for the movement of the from the U.S., which prompted Washington to take punitive action in the form of the cutoff of all economic aid to Colombia. As the proponents of the genocide in Gaza use their hard and soft power to seek to make people swallow lies, the Gaza Tribunal, UN Special Rapporteur, and witnesses struggle with words, resistance, and sincerity to make truth triumph. The gradual emphasis that Israel has become a pariah or rogue Syrians are winning or have won the legitimacy war. The record of colonial wars since 1945 is that the winner of the legitimacy war eventually controls the political outcome, although often at the cost of great human suffering. The U.S. should have learned this lesson in Vietnam, where it dominated all phases of the military combat and yet lost the war. It is against this background that we have invited distinguished moral and legal authority figures to be members of our jury of conscience. The jury will hear in the coming days from witnesses and experts that will provide substantive support for allegations of genocide and cruelty. At the end of the process, the jury will deliver its verdict, testimony, a consensus document that sets forth their reasoning in more detail, published as soon as possible, that summarizes the work of the Gaza Tribunal. It is our hope that each juror will also be moved to write a reflective essay for the book that gives their personalized account of their experience in confronting genocide in this manner. The Gaza Tribunal aims at more than a confirmation of the genocide and making a contribution to the legitimacy war. Present conditions action and commitment. Israel is continuing behind the screen of this deceptive diplomacy of supposed peacemaking to pursue the Zionist endgame of Palestinian erasure and creative and greater Israel. The Knesset is on the apparent verge of passing a bill calling upon the government to annex the West Bank. And its repeated violations of the ceasefire in recent days have given evidence that it's not pursuing, seems to be seeking the provocation of Hamas to the full fury of its genocidal assault. In conclusion, we hope the jury of conscience will share our sense of urgency to expose the realities implicit on justice will prevail. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Folk. As they say, when voices fade, conscience is made. Now, as I mention your name, I will ask you kindly to just step on the stage and sit into your chair. Tinkin is the first. She's a professor of FBA, SMG, is Emerita Professor of International Law at the London School of Economy and Global International Law. Analysis in 20. We also have Kaniz Murad. Kaniz Murad was born in Paris to a Turkish mother and an Indian father. Before studying psychology and psychology at the Sorbonne, she real family and discovered her Muslim roots at the age of 18. From 1969 to 1982, she reported for the French weekly news magazine Le Nouvel Observateur, specializing in the Middle East and the Indian subcontinent, covering, among the other major world events, the Lebanese Civil War, the Ethiopian Revolution, and the Palestine-Israeli conflict. In 1980, Princess, which was largely based on the life of her mother, an exiled Ottoman princess. This enjoyed huge success both in Kaniz's native France, but also around the world, being translated into 30. Which again focuses on India and the different and testimonies of ordinary people in a war-torn society, published in English by the nations, is the Zionist influence. Even if her two books, In the City of Gold and Silver, the real story of an Indian Muslim queen who led the first revolution against the British, and In the Land of the Pure, geopolitical novel taking place in Pakistan, have nothing to do with the Israeli-Palestine conflict. Nowadays, Kaniz Murad is living in Istanbul. She precedes since 20 years the France-Turkey Literary Prize, and her awards are Officer of Arts and Letters, Knights of the Legion of Honor. We also have Chandra Muzaffar. Dr. Chandra Muzaffar is the president of the International Movement for a Just World, an international NGO based in Malaysia, which seeks a vision of a just and compassionate civilization guided by universal spiritual and moral values. He has published extensively on civilizational dialogue, international politics, religion, human rights, and Malaysian society. The author and editor of 42 books in English and Malay, many of his writings have been translated into other languages. Among Chandra's latest publications are A Changing World, Emerging Realities, it's an ebook, and Palestine Reflecting on One of the Noblest Struggles for Justice, ebook 2. Today, apart from his role in JUST, Chandra sits on the board of a number of international NGOs concerned with social justice and civilizational dialogue. Chandra was a professor and the director of the Center for Civilizational Dialogue, University of Malaya from 1997 to 1999, and a professor of global studies at University SENS Malaysia 2007 to 2012. Chandra is the recipient of a number of international awards related to his scholarship and social activism. Chandra is married to Miriam Mokhtarsin, and they have 2 daughters. And we have Ghada Karmi. Dr. Ghada Karmi is a Palestinian physician, academic, and author whose life and work have been profoundly shaped by the experience of exile and the Palestinian struggle for justice. Ghada Karmi was born in Jerusalem and was forced to leave her home with her family as a result of Israelis' creation in 1948. The family moved to England in 1949, and she pursued higher education and earned a medical degree from the University of Bristol. She later specialized in public health, particularly on migrant health and support for undeserved communities. Karmi began to engage more directly with Palestinian political activism. She co-founded a medical charity that aimed to address the healthcare needs of Palestinians living under occupation and in refugee camps. Dr. Karmi has become one of the most prominent voices articulating the Palestinian narrative in both scholarly and diversity of Exeter, and has written extensively on Middle Eastern politics, identity, and displacement. Her acclaimed books include In Search of Fatima, A Palestinian Story, Married to Another Man, Israeli's Dilemma in Palestine, and Return, A Palestinian Memoir. Beyond her books, Karmi has contributed articles and commentary to numerous international outlets. She has also appeared in documentaries and public debates, consistently advocating for Palestinian rights and challenging dominant media narratives that marginalize Palestinian perspectives. Dr. Karmi continues to speak and write internationally, combining her medical, scholarly, and activist perspectives to advocate for justice, equality, and the right of return for Palestinians. Sami Al-Aryan is a professor and the founding director of the Center for Islam and Global Affairs at Istanbul Zaim University. He lived in the United States for 4 decades, where he was a tenured academic. Dr. Al-Aryan founded numerous institutions and publications in the fields of education, research, religion, interfaith work, advocacy, civil and human rights, and Palestine, foreign policy, and international relations. In 2001, Newsweek named him a premier civil rights activist in the U.S. for his efforts to repeal the use of secret evidence in immigration courts. In 2012, historians profiled him in the Encyclopedia of American Dissidents as one of only 3 Muslims in the United States among 152 dissidents and prisoners of conscience included over the past century, alongside the legend of Malcolm Spring, the Middle East, and the American foreign policy. Since the Israeli genocide in Gaza in 2023, Dr. Al-Aryan has been She serves as a board member Peace and Future Research in Sweden and is a member of the No Cold War International Collective. Throughout her career, Professor Bankowska has held several distinguished academic and research positions, including guest senior research fellow at European Peace University in Stadtschlaning in Austria, and senior fellow at the Geneva. She was also actively involved in the RECOM Initiative for Truth and Reconciliation in the territory of the former Yugoslavia. Our dear Professor Penny Green. So, Penny Green, hello and welcome.
Director of, oh sorry, I'll start again. My name is Penny Green. I'm Professor of Law and Globalization and Director of the International State Crime Initiative at Queen Mary, University of London. I'm on the steering committee of the Gaza People's Tribunal, and I'll be moderating today's session. I just want to remind, though Richard did tribunal, it is not a judicial court. It's in the tradition that was based in Rome. We'll then ask questions of those who are if to do so. And then at the end of the 3 days, they will deliberate and basically prepare a concluding statement on all that they have heard. Before we begin the next session, I just want to a very tight 10-minute delivery time in order. We're already running a little late. It's not too bad. There are moments where we can catch up. So I think now we will move to the chambers.
Yeah, thank you. Just before we start, my apologies for anyone from the audience needs simultaneous translation. You can find it at the entrance. Our team made sure that we all hear every today and understand. Thank you.
Okay. I'll ask you to try and face this way. Thanks. Okay. So as Richard mentioned, the tribunal, the initial segment of our People's Tribunal was organised around 3 chambers, basically one relating to international law, another to international relations and world order, third history, ethics, criminology and philosophy. So I'm going to start off and welcome a tight summary of all of the work that Chamber 1 on international law did, and I'd like to welcome to the stage Susan Akram. Thank you, Susan. And could I ask speakers, because in order for the jury to hear adequately, to slightly face towards the jurors, if that's possible.
Good morning, and welcome all of us to Istanbul. It's always a pleasure to be here in this wonderful historic city. My task is simply to introduce the objectives and the work of the International Law Chamber of the in the face of a complete failure of international law to prevent or halt a genocide. We as civil society have only the power of our voices and the ability to name the criminals, create a record of the crimes and provide. These were the objectives of People's Tribunal. And today, while the testimonies of others were presented at the Sarajevo session and at another tribunal session in Alicante, Spain, earlier this year, our task has been to assemble and assess the available evidence, crimes and violations of human rights that Israel has been committing, including war crimes, crimes against humanity, crimes of aggression and genocide. The Chamber 1 experts have produced analyses on each of these crimes under the relevant treaties and humanitarian law, which will be compiled in the final Gaza Tribunal written proceedings. It's important to note that our aim was not, as Richard Falk mentioned, to duplicate what has already been analyzed in the cases pending or decided by the International Criminal Court or the International Court of Justice, but to supplement and fill the gaps in those proceedings. It has also been our aim to identify the weaknesses in the existing legal tribunals and the frameworks within which, for example, we attempted to frame issues that are not adequately covered in existing law, such as ecocide, scholasticide, ethnic cleansing, the use of technology to target and massively kill civilians, and identify weaknesses in occupation law and the right of occupied people to resist. In support of the legal frameworks, we marshaled survivor, witness, and expert testimony from Palestinian, regional, and international civil society organizations and others who could provide credible evidence about these crimes. This evidence was presented at the public sessions in Sarajevo, and more will be presented over the next few days. In a full day of testimony called by addressed the root causes of the genocide, covering the Nakba and the colonial project in Palestine. Our experts addressed the elements of genocide, connecting it to apartheid and the denial of Palestinian self-determination. Building on the root causes and the legal frameworks of the foundational crimes and distinct patterns, for example, the crimes and wrongs of torture, the holding of political prisoners in arbitrary detention of thousands of Palestinians without charge or trial, held hostage by Israel, characterized by the media or public as such. The related crimes of famine and deprivation of the right to food were also detailed by witnesses, of agriculture, access to water, and the prevention of vital humanitarian aid from entering in the ongoing crippling siege of Gaza. Finally, Chamber 1 experts have analyzed particular types of war crimes that have reached a level of intensity and scope in Gaza not seen in recent conflicts around proportion of civilians, the almost complete and deliberate destruction of the Gaza healthcare system, and the targeting of reproductive systems. In Sarajevo, Dr. Mimi Sayed and Dr. Thaer Ahmed, who have both served in Gaza, provided detailed evidence of the purposeful shooting of children in the head, death by the Israeli military, lack of medication, lack of clean water, lack of electricity, lack of anesthesia on women and children in particular, all magnified by the deliberately enforced famine. The doctors discussed their struggles to save lives in surgery, even conducting operations without anesthesia, to learn that their patients had died of famine or were targeted again for death after leaving the hospital. Testimonials from Gaza and Gazans outside the territory highlighted just a fraction of the plethora of evidence available to support the elements of crimes of apartheid, genocide, war crimes, and crimes against humanity. Of course, our overall challenge is to the international legal system itself that has utterly failed in its most critical task, preventing and halting the worst of international crimes. That of genocide. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan, and for keeping so well to time. And Craig will summarize national relations and world order. Welcome, Craig.
Thank you, Penny. Distinguished members of the jury, Chamber 2 is responsible for examining international relations and world order, including the response of international institutions and the broader international order in Gaza. Chamber is comprised of recognized experts in international relations, international law, and in Palestine. The names of whom you will find in your materials. Distinguished jury, the findings of Chamber 2 are a story of contrasts, the contrast between the human rights action of some in the international system, such as the independent human rights of the UN, the humanitarians of UNRWA on the one hand, and the inaction, abdication, and at times direct complicity of the political corridors of the organization on the other. And the contrast between rhetoric about human rights and the rule of law of Western states like the US, UK, and Germany on the one hand, and their outright complicity in the denial of the human rights of the Palestinian people on the other. In sum, despite a mandate to act, ample warning, mountains of evidence, and the live streaming of the Israeli regime's crimes, the open declaration of the regime's genocidal intentions, and a global to stop genocide in Palestine, and it is now poised to deny both accountability and redress. Many, with the obligation and capacity to act, have simply chosen to allow the genocide to continue. Worse, the actions of some have actually contributed to the reinforcing of Israeli impunity, the very impunity that is a key root cause of the regime's serial criminality. As a result, actors in the institutions they represent and the blow to the legitimacy and ultimately to their sustainability. The work of our chamber reveals that these failures have been absolute in the genocide in Palestine and in the century of Nakba endured by the Palestinian people. It shows that the Gaza genocide is only the latest and most extreme phase of the ongoing Nakba, which Lara Alborno described as, quote, a century-long violent settler colonial process aimed at eliminating the indigenous Palestinian population to conserve territory. Here, too, the failures and complicities of the international system are evident, beginning with the original sin of partitioning the land against the will of the indigenous people in 1947, and continuing with the reinforcing of the Israelis and the only remedy proportionate to the catastrophe that began with the Nakba and continues through the Gaza genocide. Quote, a system built to dispossess cannot be reformed into justice. Quote. The work of Halal Alvar in our chamber reveals how Gaza examined the international system. Famine that was suppressed for months, how action was obstructed by Israel and the United States and other Western states attacked UNRWA, allowed the GHF aid ruse to act as a tool of oppression and control, and intentionally avoided the use of the words famine and genocide, even trying to silence UN experts. Thousands of Gazans subjected by the Israeli forces to the horror of limb amputation, spinal cord injury, life-changing burns, and acquired brain injury, together with the intentional and systematic destruction of the healthcare system, meaning that for many, she says, disability is assured. Day after day, for 2 years, the international system has allowed this to continue. Gianni Tognoni, what has been lacking has been accountability for the regime's crimes and redress for the Palestinian people. And members of the jury, Richard Falk and Paulina Chan, in their contributions to Chamber 2, point to a contradiction at the very core of the United Nations. While the UN Charter sets out a promise of a new approach to global peace and security based on international law, the structures, in their words, were, quote, designed to give the winners of World War II geopolitical control over global security through permanent membership on the Security Council and the right of the veto. Would be used 6 times by the EU as a co-perpetrator in the genocide in Palestine to prevent a ceasefire and action to stop bloodshed. Nor are any challenges particularly new. Work in the tribunal has revealed how the Israeli exception to international law and the complicity of the international system in creating and sustaining that exception dates back to the urge to grow and fester for 8 decades. The virus of exception has now thoroughly infected the political corridors of international institutions like the UN. The genocide of the past 2 years in Palestine and the inaction and even complicity of some international institutions, the jury to note that there are in fact 2 UNs, one committed to the norms and standards of the Charter and of the human rights instruments, and another more empowered in the international order that operates in obsequious deference to CJ, skilled in principled work by the special procedures, and heroic work by UNRWA and other humanitarian and the UN responsible international system to the genocide in Palestine has been wholly inadequate. The Security Council has been paralyzed by the UN veto. And the General Assembly, despite some important action, has continued empowered to do so, including under the Uniting for Peace mechanism. And that the UN Secretary General and senior secretariat leaders, including those responsible for human rights and for genocide prevention, have failed to even call out the genocide, taking refuge instead in the safe language of conflict or both sides or humanitarian aid. And the Amorti Baroud of Chamber 2 shows the long historical continuum of colonial domination that has been met, quote, rendering Palestinian resistance and enduring moral colonial erasure and external domination. And beyond the resistance and steadfastness of the Palestinians in advancing accountability where official institutions have failed to do so. Phyllis Bennis, in her work for Chamber 2, points to the model of the 1980s global anti-apartheid campaigns against South Africa, which compelled governments to respect ostensibly non-binding UN resolutions and pressure to bear that even the US was forced to give in to domestic demands for sanctions. The opportunity to take similar action, in the similarities between apartheid and inclusive Zionist and its corresponding system of racial domination, with laws and institutions that, quote, encroach deeply on the lives of the indigenous population. Asmer Safi explored how the university encountered severe violence and arrests, in some cases, government-initiated deportations. And Phyllis Bennis has also reported on the massive protests beyond universities that erupted in U.S. cities, bringing together Palestinian and Jewish and Arab and Muslim and Black and other communities, and spreading rapidly across the globe with actions in virtually every major city. In their testimony to the tribunal, Asla Bali, Allah Haj Yahya, and Basuki Nasia show how international law has been, quote, an enduring reference point for Palestine, as well as an enduring source of frustration. Citing the myriad failures of international law and international legal institutions such as the ICC and the ICJ, they argue that alternative initiatives like the Gaza Tribunal have the potential to address these shortcomings by embodying alternative jurisprudential paradigms. To conclude, distinguished members of the jury, Chamber 2 has found that the international legal and political system, constructed 80 years ago on the ruins of brutal colonization, unfettered capitalism, wars of aggression, and serial genocide, has failed in its promise of never again. Sometimes by design, and at others through abdication. Key components of that system have taken no effective or end the genocide, to provide accountability for the perpetrators or a redress for the victims or survivors, or even to name the crime out loud, genocide. Instead, it has deferred to powerful states, including states complicit in the perpetration of these crimes, effectively abandoning the victims and the vulnerable people of Palestine. The exceptions to this general finding, evident in the courageous and principled work of the UN's independent human rights rapporteur, commissions of inquiry, the ICJ, or the heroism and sacrifice of UNRWA and other humanitarian workers, do not excuse the abject failures of the political leadership and the intergovernmental bodies of the UN. But the Chamber 2 reveals that there is an international body beyond and above the Security Council. It is the collective of global civil society, the movements, the unions, the human rights defenders, the peace activists, the people. They have been active where official institutions have been absent, in the people's encampments on university campuses, the people's demonstrations in capitals across the world, the people's marches through the Sinai, the people's flotillas sailing the Mediterranean to break the siege, the people's movements like BDS, and the people's tribunals like this one. And it is these movements of people that provide a light in what is human history. I hope the jury will hold them up as beacons of morality and justice, even as you hold accountable the international institutions that in trepidatious deference to power have abandoned their mandates, abandoned the Palestinian people, and abandoned we the peoples of the United Nations. I thank you.
And finally, we'll have a representation from Chamber 3, Jamil Aydin, who was one of the co-chairs. So thank you, Jamil.
Dear distinguished members of the Jury of Conscience, Chamber 3 is composed of more than 10 scholars, of historians, genocide scholars, philosophers, ethicists, and we focus on the ideological roots of the genocide and try to understand how this happened despite the slogans of never again, and how humanity failed Palestinians, and how the perpetrators weaponized myths and lies about history, how they distorted ethical and philosophical concepts to justify a live-stream genocide. I want to highlight 7 points, 1 minute each, about their findings. First, our experts made clear that the genocide we are witnessing is not a single event of a short period that started on October 7, but it's a century-long process which begins with dehumanization and ends with erasure and destruction of Palestinians. In between these two events, there are often concurrent, a number of recognizable stages that include the test moment of violence, segregation, systemic weakening of the victim populations of Palestine, mass annihilation, denial, and erasure that has been happening for more than 100 years. Thus, our experts note that the genocide is best understood, in addition to international law, through a state crime paradigm which centers on human rights violations committed in pursuit of state organizational goal and security. 2, our chamber members emphasize that the Israeli state was created as a settler colonial project imposed on the region by European imperial expansion to Arab provinces of the Ottoman Empire after World War I, symbolized by British Empire's commitment to create an ethno-national state in the Balfour Declaration of 1917. Our historians emphasize that this was an unexpected and undeserved imposition from outside. Cosmopolitan Palestinian populations composed of Muslims, Christians, and Jewish Arabs were equal citizens of the Ottoman state, with representatives in the Ottoman parliament in Istanbul before World War I and British colonial rule. We repeat that there was no clash among the different religious communities and Jews and Christians and Muslims before the British colonial rule and its imposition of Zionism to justify what happened afterwards. Our experts also emphasize that the Israeli settler colonialism of the last 100 years relies on an internal logic of genocide towards the indigenous native populations in Palestine, formulated by the biggest lie ever about the process, which is called, in a sentence, Palestine is a land without people promised to a people without land. That was never true. According to this logic, native Palestinian populations had to be expelled and erased as the only way to ensure the majority domination of Zionist settlers in the proposed state. This internal logic of genocide has continued and been normalized since the beginning of the British colonial rule over Palestine about a century ago. 3. Our experts noted how Israel and its partners, Germany, France, England, and the United States, attributed the cause and blame of genocide to the victims, to Palestinian victims, who are described simply without name as native people who had no right to self-defense, self-determination, and no right to resist colonial rule over their lands and their lives. Israeli regime presents its genocidal action as a necessity to create absolute security for the future of their state and justify mass murder and mass destruction in Gaza as a collateral damage. The right to self-defense of Israeli state became the most repeated legitimization of current genocide. Our genocide scholars in our group noted that almost all genocides were justified with that same logic. Genocides are not a big hate crime. Genocides always happen with the security logic. Our members shown that the complete destruction of homes, in that process, schools, universities, hospitals, infrastructure, and culture is important to the genocidal process to destroy the Palestinian identity. In addition to the destructive side of Israeli colonization, our members emphasize Israel's strategy of Judaization of Palestine through the discipline of archaeology to promote the erasure of the history of indigenous Arab natives who inhabited this land for thousands of years. 4. Our experts noted the moral hypocrisy of the Israeli claim to build a homeland for victims of European anti-Semitism and Zionist settlers from Europe and America in Palestine by destroying the very homes of native Palestinians through the process of domicide. In addition to showing the link between the logics of homemaking for Zionist settlers and home destruction of native Palestinians, chamber members examined the specific targeting of Palestinian process that is described as scholasticide, while Israeli universities have been receiving overwhelming support from Western governments. Some of the experts describe how the live streaming overkill of Palestinians in Gaza, it has relied on a global betrayal of the rules-based international order built after World War II, and the immoral backing of Israel's depiction of Palestinians as deserving to be erased as a threat to the security of Israel. 5. Our experts critically examined the Israeli strategy of denial in occupied Palestine by juxtaposing or depicting the negative experience of destruction and reconstruction and revival, best seen in the foundational myth that Israel has made an empty desert bloom with no actual acknowledgement of Palestinian agricultural life and prosperous Palestinian society before the colonial occupation. The slogan of Israel turning desert into bloom has been repeated by European Union chair and other politicians. Chamber members repeated that how Israel planted trees and tried to create forests sometimes over the very destroyed villages and towns from the ethnic cleansing war of 1948 Nakba as acts of Palestinian erasure. 6, our experts critically noted the significance of the weaponization of the theory of uniqueness of Holocaust by Israel and its backers to defend the genocidal destruction of Palestinian population. We found this to be extremely important. Claiming that the genocide of the European Jewish population by Nazi Germany is a singularly unique evil in world history. The Israeli regime and its supporters, such as German government, then argued that Israel could never be accused and guilty of similar crimes as the victims of that unique evil. Majority of the genocide scholars in the world today deny this uniqueness argument and approach genocide comparatively and establish links between Holocaust, the Nakba of Palestinians, and many other colonial genocides in Asia, Africa, and Latin America, Western Hemisphere. By positing the unique victimhood of European Jews in modern world history, Israeli regime and sponsors then asked the indigenous Arab populations of Palestine sometimes to give up their lives and homeland for those victims from Europe as an atonement, as a key term for Europe's crimes in anti-Semitism or Nazi Empire's crimes during World War II. By abusing this theory of the uniqueness of the Holocaust experience and identifying the Jewish religion with Israeli state and Zionism, pro-Israeli governments, especially the US government, silence and demonize any critic of Israel's genocide as anti-Semitic hate crime and try to ban it. Last point is about the language of the genocide. We noted that it was commonly used during the era of European colonialism in Africa and the Latin America, Western Hemispheres. We reject presenting the current genocidal assault in Gaza as a continuation of also a 1,000-year clash between two civilizations by Palestinians in the 60s and 70s. Regardless of who the victims are and who the perpetrators are, and we hope that our reports will be of use to the jury. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jamil. Now I'm going to briefly step out of my session. Which is my main purpose. I want to briefly contextualize it. and challenging state crime through initiatives such as the Gaza People's Tribunal, BDS, the Global Sumud Flotilla, and the Sarajevo Declaration, which I'll discuss in a moment. Into the international legal order and normative role in the struggle is deeply misguided. With respect to Palestine, Israel has breached over 30 UN Security Council resolutions without genocide reflects the abject failure of the UN system thus far to prevent and punish war crimes, crimes against humanity and genocide. Indeed, only a month ago the US shamefully vetoed a call for a ceasefire for the sixth time, crime and the international conventions and international court. Instead, any such salute victims or with those who act and organise as allies of those victims. And it's the organisation of those victims and allies that not only has the power to challenge state violence, but is central in international law, in from the ground up. It has far greater agility and capacity to recognise the processes involved in the earlier phases of state criminality. Why do we know about Israel's genocidal crimes? Not because the UN Independent International Commission of Inquiry, which published its findings just a few weeks ago, a whole 2 years after the annihilation phase of the genocide began, nor because the Association of Genocide Scholars has finally found its conscience, not in its decades-long persecution of Palestinians, nor the contrary. Our media and our governments have been central in sustaining and perpetuating these crimes. We know about Israel's crimes only because, for decades, Palestinian and other the denial of the right to return, collective punishment, mass detention, torture and cruel and inhuman treatment and punishment, extrajudicial executions, systematic sexual violence, demolitions, forced displacement and expulsion of all extermination. Civil society has been at the heart and centre of all evidence gathering in relation to all these crimes. And this work by civil society, not by fully name Israel's crimes as settler colonialism, apartheid, and genocide. Unlike Israel is a colonial apartheid state underpinned by the racist ideology of Zionism. We don't require the hypothetical ruling of an international court, nor the dreadfully belated judgment of a UN independent commission. It's been happening incrementally since 1917. The evidence is manifold. Thousands of Palestinian and global civil society organizations, historians, state crime theorists, international relations scholars, we study legal order have not simply failed the Palestinians, Europe and the Middle East. The tribunal seeks to counter the forces of evil with the forces of justice by bringing pressure to bear in every sector and making clear that genocide will not be normalized, that apartheid will not be normalized, that colonialism will not be normalized, that Israel and its Zionist underpinnings will not be normalized. And in doing so, ensuring that fascism will not be normalized. We know that the Zionist regime is committed to seeing out its genocide, committed to this genocide. At the same time, we know that other Western governments likely endorsed Israeli impunity and continue to do so. So the question is, how, in the face of such powerful forces of carnage, do we stop a genocide? How do we dismantle the Zionist state and those global powers whose ultimate goal is the erasure of Palestine, knowing that law and its international mechanisms are not Palestinian people, solidarity of the rest of the world, and the isolation, weakening and dismantling of the Zionist regime and the global political and economic structures that support it. And so to the Sarajevo Declaration, which was the culmination of our work in Sarajevo. We laid out, as we've heard, the context for Israel's genocide in Sarajevo. And over the course of 4 days, we listened to testimony on the history and ideological foundations of the genocide, on the crimes Israel and its partners have committed, and on the geopolitics fueling the genocide and its impunity. It embodies a series of demands around which civil society is already organising. Demands which speak directly to the myriad crimes we've heard about. The Declaration thus demands, amongst other things, an immediate withdrawal of Israeli forces from Gaza and an end to the genocide, to all Israeli military action, an end to forced displacement and expulsions, an end to the settlement activities, an end to the siege of Gaza and to restrictions of movement in the West Bank. It calls for the immediate and unconditional release of all prisoners, including the thousands of Palestinian women, men and children held most often without charge in abusive Israeli detention facilities. It insists on the immediate resumption of humanitarian aid to all of Gaza without restriction or interference, including food, water, shelter, medical supplies and materials that are required for the rebuilding of Gaza, Lebanese and Syrian territory, and of course would have included a demand for the immediate cessation of Israel's bombings and targeted assassinations in Iran, Yemen, Qatar, and Tunisia had they occurred before May 2025. The Sarajevo Declaration recognizes the void towards a future in which humanity itself is threatened. The events of the past 24-25 months and the tribunal's own deliberations have convinced us both that key international organizations and most countries in the world, whether acting individually or collectively, have not only failed in defending the rights of the Palestinian people and responding to the Israeli regime's genocide in Palestine, but have to varying degrees been complicit or actual partners in these crimes. In the declaration up against the genocide in extraordinarily brave and creative ways, but which has encountered McCarthyite suppression and increasing state violence. We denounce the wave of persecution against human rights defenders, peace activists, students, academics, workers, professionals, and we paid to stand up and speak out while rejecting the ridiculous Hasbara tactics of smearing as anti-Semitic or supporters of terrorism all those who dare publicly to challenge the Israeli regime and its European and US allies. Significantly, the declaration rejects wholesale the destructive ideology of Zion, continue to colonize the occupied Palestinian territories, and it is Zionism with its inherent racism that created the Israeli apartheid state on the ruins of traditional Palestine. The belief in a Jewish supremacist state that drives pro-genocidal Israeli organizations and their surrogates on the far right today. The declaration demands the Israeli suspension from international organizations and the prosecution of all its perpetrators. The final lines of the declaration are worth repeating. And I quote, "The challenge of justice now falls to people of conscience everywhere, to civil society and to social movements, to all of us. Palestinian lives are at stake. The international moral and legal order is at stake. We must not fail. We must not relent." And to conclude, millions of people continue to march in cities around the world. Civil resistance groups target Israeli-linked armaments factories, trade because of the forces of darkness we find ourselves surrounded by, we must continue to do everything, everywhere, and at all times to stop Israel's attempts at Palestinian erasure, and at the same time to restore justice and humanity in a world hurtling towards fascism. In his closing address to the declared in words that equally impel our resistance today, and I quote, and I'll end on this quote, "The napalm and pellet bombs, the systematic destruction of a heroic people are a barbarous rehearsal. The starving and the suffering will no longer die in silence. We must discredit the arrogant demand that they protect our comfort with their quiet agony."
Thank you, Professor Green. This would be the first session today, overview of the work of the Gaza Tribunal Chambers. Now we give you 15 minutes of coffee break, and then we head back to listening global statements of conscience and discuss.
Nice to meet you. Yes, Annie.
conscience who are in power with stockpiles of bombs at their disposal, and laughter used to describe the use of newer and specialty weapons asked for, given to, and used on the Palestinian people. In this vacuum of justice,
And the first is Raji Sarani. Mr. Sarani, do you hear me? Are you with us?
Yes, I do hear you. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you for your time, and please, the time is yours.
Thank you. Dear Richard, dear jury's member, it's very special in introduce you and talking to you for people who are conscious about justice and dignity of man, who are looking for this unprecedented grave crimes committed against Palestinian people in the occupied Palestinian territories. I think what makes this tribunal unique and special, three issues. First, I think that for the first time and in an unprecedented way, the world justice system, ICC and ICJ, subject to unprecedented attack by superpower like United States, and for the first time we are seeing, in Palestine case precisely, designation and sanction be imposed on prosecutors, judges, and lawyers and human rights organizations. This is unique and unprecedented. Why? That's because of Palestine. So the problem is not really with the world justice system. The problem is related to the political will of the world community. The second, I think what we are having right now, there is ongoing genocide. They spoke about peace. They spoke about ceasefire. But actually the genocide, the apartheid, the ethnic cleansing, with the conditions existing, makes definitely the crime going on. And the third point, it's related to the Convention of Prevention and Punishment of Genocidal Crimes. The title of the agreement itself shows in a clear-cut way the most important part of it, the prevention, not to have it. And most of the states, when they signed, they said, never again for this crime. So these three components, I think, makes much more important having this popular public tribunal for Palestine, for Gaza, and the fact that the genocide is still going on makes it unique and very special. We have serious problem related to the world legal system. We are aware and know that the ICJ issued 3 provisional measures decisions. And these 3 provisional measure decisions was simple, clear, and it was precisely talking, allowing since January 2024 the humanitarian aid and the food supplies to go on to Gaza unconditionally. But actually since then, the famine is still going on, and this wasn't, implemented exactly like the 2 warrants issued against Netanyahu and Gallant from the ICC. After issuing it, some prime ministers in Europe and the President of the United States said these are irrelevant and Netanyahu, Gallant can come and visit and should be no consequence on that. And he was received as first-class visitor to the White House. It's unprecedented that wanted to ICC and somebody who is suspected of doing war crimes, he is received full-fledged at the White House, not once, not twice, even 3 times after that. And that showed how the West dealing with the issues related to Palestine and the Palestinian-Israeli conflict. And that make emphasis about the popular tribunal as such. I want to say for the first time ever, we have a clear-cut consensus among international human rights organizations, among the UN bodies and the Israeli human rights organizations about describing the situation and having the solid type in very detailed and precise words that what's going on, it's a genocide against the Palestinian people. So the problem, it's not at all related to how we describe really what's going on, what's the legal definition of what's going on, or what we are having as concrete evidence related to the situation in the Gaza Strip. Facts, standards, conclusions are simple, direct, and clear. The problem, it's with the political will. The Palestinian-Israeli conflict didn't begin October 7th. Long history before that. The short version, 58 years since the occupation began, and the long version since the Nakba in 1948. And the Israeli crimes evident and clear before October 7th. They are occupying power, and the occupation by itself a crime of aggression as it defined in the ICC Rome Statute. 2, we are having also the blockade on Gaza. We have the settlements policy in the West Bank. We have the ethnic cleansing in Jerusalem. We are having the pillage in the West Bank. We are having, beside the blockade, 5 wars launched against Gaza and the eye of the storm were civilian and the civilian targets. So before the war, Israel was there in the ICC, and Palestine began to engage with the ICC since January 2015. The Palestinian-Israeli conflict is one of the most well-documented conflicts in the modern history. It's clear, simple, evident, and what's like there, not related to, again, facts or standards or the conclusions. It's related to the political will. Most recently, we have had something called Trump plan. Nobody wants peace, security, ceasefire more than the suppressed and the oppressed. Nobody need that more than the Gazans and Palestinians, those who are subject to massive destruction, massive displacement, massive killing, and famine. They want that badly. They seek to have it, but unfortunately, this came as just declaration of ceasefire. But how can we talk about peace while 90% of Gaza erased and destroyed, while almost 2 million displaced in Gaza, while still the famine all over the place, while there are lack of the basic, very fundamental issues like water, healthcare, hospitals, medicine, food, etc. So the current situation in Gaza, making genocide going on, making ethnic cleansing going on, without horizon, without agreement about ending the occupation, without agreement on having the Palestinians the right of self-determination, to achieve their unalienable rights of the Palestinian people, without having justice, dignity, and accountability for the criminals who committed these things. It's very hard to speak about peace. The word peace, yet, it's a word used as mirage. It's not reality on the ground. What is going on till this moment, ongoing genocide, ongoing ethnic cleansing for the Palestinian people. Only, Palestinian people can enjoy the peace when they achieve, their right of self-determination and independent and ending the occupation. When they feel the genocider and those who practice the war crimes, the crimes against humanity, ethnic cleansing has been held accountable. I think with what's going on, it's very hard to see horizon for that. That's why it's very and vitally important to keep the popular tribunal on Gaza and to keep such work, because it's obvious yet the US and Western European countries at large is still in clear-cut support for the occupation, still recognize Israel's right of self-defense, and they are the victim, not the victimizers, and still, don't recognize the full political right of the Palestinian people of self-determination and independence and having justice and dignity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Serrani. And for those who were not able to be here physically or make a video, they did send us a message so that words can be heard. Arundhati Roy says, I'm sorry that I cannot be present at the final session of the Gaza Tribunal, so I thought I would at least send a brief message. Today is the 12th of October, and Israelis live-streamed genocide of Palestinians is just over 2 years old. Despite being armed and supported by the richest countries in the world, it has not succeeded militarily in its stated aim of wiping out Hamas as retribution for its October 7th attack on Israel. Instead, it has killed almost 70,000 people who were part of the tiny, encircled, occupied, and isolated population of Gaza. The final death toll will only be known once the thousands of tons of rubble has been cleared. Days ago, a ceasefire was brokered by the government of the United States, which, according to its own State Department, has given $40 billion over the last 2 years to support Israel as it went about its hard task of murdering tens of thousands of civilians, mostly women and children, bombing 90% of Gaza's dwellings to rubble, destroying hospitals, and killing hundreds of journalists. Could Israel have done this without the support of the governments of the United States and Europe? Very unlikely. Certainly, the United States could have stopped the killing in an afternoon if it wanted to. So the question is, whose genocide is it, and who should be held accountable? It is hard to know at this point whether the ceasefire will hold or whether it is yet another deadly, cunning trick. For the sake of the people of Gaza, I fervently wish that it will hold, even if it is a ceasefire that is designed to disguise a real estate that will profit a group of war criminals. For now, the killing must stop. If it does, perhaps this tribunal could hold a special session right amidst the rubble of what Gaza once was, where Palestinians will describe what they have endured and share their dreams for their future. Perhaps only then will we have the full measure of the honor and the horror that unfolded while the murderers were applauded and urged on. But until then, the task of keeping track, naming names, collating evidence will be a work in progress. The perpetrators are not only those who pulled the triggers and dropped the bombs, not only those government officials who have driven Palestinians off their lands and to the brink of starvation en masse, not only those who have used food and aid as a ruse to murder more people, not only those who have tortured and sexually abused Palestinian prisoners, but also those governments and corporations who have supported all of this. Also those mainstream newspaper and TV channels that have willfully lied and spread fake news. Also those editors, columnists, and journalists who developed a sophisticated slanted language that dehumanized Palestinians and prepared the grounds for genocide with impunity. All these people and organizations will, I'm sure, one day be named and indicted. The task of defining who is the perpetrator and then bringing them to account is an onerous one. We need a genocide audit. I'm sure the Gaza Tribunal is fully cognizant of all of this, which is why your work is both urgent and necessary. So that was Arundhati Roy. And now we will see a video message of Marsha Cross.
For the past 2 years, we've been witnessing a genocide, the deliberate destruction of a people and their land in full view of the world. Every day has brought new evidence, entire families wiped out, people buried under rubble, children shot by snipers or blown to bits, their parents forced to pick up remains of their tiny bodies and put them into plastic bags. Neighborhoods have been flattened. In fact, 85% of all of Gaza has been decimated. Hospitals and their heroic doctors obliterated or taken hostage, and the list goes on and on. With the international community unable or unwilling to stop it, the legal and political systems designed to protect life have failed. International law, the very architecture meant to safeguard our common humanity, has been paralyzed by politics, by double standards, and by men who lack any conscience, who are in power with stockpiles of bombs at their disposal. And laughter, used to describe the use of newer and specialty weapons, asked for, given to, and used on the Palestinian people. In this vacuum of justice, the Gaza Tribunal was born, a moral court created by civil society to document the truth, to preserve evidence, to hold power accountable when official institutions refuse to do so or are unable to do so. My own awareness of the situation in Gaza happened in the summer of 2014. My daughters were 7 years old and we were on a family road trip through the national parks. I would lie in the back seat of our SUV to avoid being car sick and scroll through my phone to pass the time between our stops. And randomly, I came across a post about Gaza. And until then, I knew almost nothing about Palestine and Israel. I just thought it was a place that was far away, and I was told it was beautiful and that I should visit it. And I thought maybe I would one day. But then I started reading, and I couldn't look away. The number of Palestinians being killed was absolutely horrifying. There seemed to be no number that would satisfy the Israeli government in their retaliation. And I later realized that this was one of many, many battles, if you want to call them that. This one was called Operation Protective Edge. And I thought I needed to know more, so I began listening to Israeli soldiers from breaking the silence, speaking about the occupation and about checkpoints and about raids that terrorized citizens, waking them up in the middle of the night, taking over their homes. And I watched documentaries, and I saw with utter horror what was happening in this conflict that we were told was too complicated to understand. And I was horrified, but shamefully I went back to my life, raising children, caring for my family, and I looked away. And then came October 7th, and of course at first I reacted with horror at the attack, but I wasn't surprised. And soon the retaliation unfolded and the threats to annihilate Gaza were openly declared, and I watched with terror, because I knew from what I had learned in the past that the reaction by Israel would be bad. And when the civilian death toll in Gaza doubled the Israeli losses on October 7th, well, I thought, well, this must be enough. I mean, surely this is going to stop. But it didn't stop. I kept going, and I was riddled with grief and panic, because I thought, who am I? Who am I if I stay silent? And who, of course, who would I have been at another time, in another place, when others were being annihilated and good people said nothing? I couldn't function. I couldn't live with myself. This was 2 weeks in. I had no idea it was going to last for 2 more years. Maybe longer, God forbid. And so I wrote on my social feeds, ceasefire. And for that, like hundreds of others to come, I was accused of hate. Friends I'd known for decades suddenly saw me not as a fellow mother, not as a woman begging for the killing to stop, but as someone they believed hated Jews. I was shocked. I mean, how could this happen? I mean, what kind of conditioning leads someone to erase decades of friendship, knowing me, in just a moment? To believe that empathy for one people must mean hatred of another, or that it even had anything to do with their religion. I didn't care. I was dumbfounded. And then, after sitting with that pain, I understood something much deeper. That those reactions, they weren't spontaneous. They were the product of years and years of indoctrination, the belief planted young that everyone was out to get them, that criticism of a state is hatred of a people, and that those who demand justice or liberation are enemies. And even more to the point, that those others, those Palestinians, were animals, monsters, unworthy of empathy. This is the soil in which dehumanization grows, the mental and moral ground that allows atrocities to continue unchecked. And that's why I'm here. Because my conscience, our conscience, cannot stop at sympathy. It has to move toward action. And the Gaza Tribunal is that action. It is the organized conscience of civil society, documenting, archiving, and exposing the crimes committed against the people of Gaza, including those that meet the legal definition of genocide. It exists because official systems have failed. It exists because silence, no, it's not an option. And it exists because truth, it must be recorded for the victims, so many victims, for history, and for the future. I'm inviting you to join this journey of conscience, to listen, to bear witness, to help amplify the truth. Please come to the final session of the Gaza Tribunal. It's taking place in Istanbul on October 23rd to the 26th, or you can follow online and stand with those who refuse to look away. Because as we see, justice is not inevitable. It must be willed into being through courage through witness, through action, to help amplify the truth.
Thank you to Marsha Cross. And now we will hear a message from Omar Suleiman.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, in the name of God, the most compassionate, the most merciful. First and foremost, I want to thank Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, in the name of God, the most compassionate, the most merciful. First and foremost, I want to thank you all for the incredible work that's been done with this tribunal to establish the facts that have been so obvious to anyone that's been paying attention, even with the bare naked eye, that this genocide has been the most horrific of our lifetimes, and it's one that must be sufficiently recorded, and it's one that must be sufficiently stopped, met with action. And you cannot record enough of the facts on the ground in every single dimension of this genocide's undertaking, whether it be in the destruction of the healthcare system, whether it be in the destruction of the ecology of Gaza. All of it comes together and is absolutely important for us, critical for us, to record each and every single part of it, because the story of the Palestinian people has been a story of redemption, a story of renewal after the Nakba, after removal. And for over 7 decades, the people of Palestine have insisted that whether they live physically in their land of Palestine or whether they remain only as emotional, spiritual dwellers in their historic homeland, that they will not allow for anything that has been a part of them to be forgotten, and that they intend to renew and to restore and to maintain the legacies that have been passed down to us throughout generation. I want to share one thing which I think is extremely important for us as we are undertaking this exercise, that you can never assume that history is going to be recorded properly in the moment. You know, many times we think that because things are so obvious, we don't have to worry about losing them in that moment. But if we don't record the story now, then our children won't know how to tell it. So it's important to establish the facts on the ground now so that we can have immediate and urgent action. The Palestinian people have suffered for long enough. The people of Gaza have suffered for long enough. But it's important that the story is also preserved and told for generations to come, because it may be that there's another generation that will certainly need to build upon the restoration. That's assuming the best case scenario of what we are able to achieve together. And I have no doubt that with inspired action, with experts, with academics, with activists, with people of conscience and people of faith, that we will be able to achieve in our lifetime some of the most remarkable things that are necessary to reverse the course that the Palestinian people have been put on, unfortunately, through these acts of destruction and before genocide of apartheid. So thank you all very much for being a part of this tribunal. And I pray that the facts that have been established are the foundation for a better future for the Palestinian people and for people around the world that are suffering under the boots of oppression and colonization. Assalamu alaikum. Peace be with you all.
And after Omar Suleimani, we will hear Roger Waters. He's also on the video.
My name is Roger Waters. We're all in Istanbul. I know you know that. Actually, I'm not in Istanbul. I did this last Monday. All right. Here we go. It is time to call a spade a spade. No more pussyfooting. Zionism is a failed ideology. A majority of ordinary people all over the world know that to be true. A majority of Jewish people all over the world know that to be true. Israel is a failed state. Any state that admits it has to commit genocide to survive has already failed. Ordinary people all over the world know this to be true. So, what to do? The so-called Trump peace plan is a bad joke. It openly and unashamedly denies the Palestinian people basic human rights. So what do you suggest, Roger? What's your peace plan? Well, sumud, steadfast perseverance in resistance to the occupation. We must keep on taking to the streets in our millions. We must keep on raising our voices. The sound of our choir needs to be so loud it pierces the palace walls. No king should be allowed to sit smiling on a throne soaked in the blood of our children. Yes, I'm talking about you, Mohammed bin Salman. I'm talking about you, Sisi, in Egypt. I'm talking about the Qatari and Jordanian royal families. I'm talking about the rulers of the Arab Emirates. I'm talking about everyone except our noble brothers and sisters, the Houthis in Yemen. Our final goal must be to turn back the clock 100 years to before the stain of Zionism blackened the land. We work towards a free, democratic Palestine from Lebanon in the north to Egypt in the south and from the River Jordan to the sea. And what becomes of Netanyahu and Ben-Gvir and Smotrich and Trump and Starmer and Witkoff and Hegseth and Rubio and the rest of them? Well, that's for history to decide. Obviously, they deserve equal human rights, just like the rest of us. But their fate will lie in the hands of international law. We shall see. But that is the future. Will it ever be achieved? I hope so. Unfortunately, I don't have my crystal ball here with me today. What I do know is it won't happen overnight. We need to be realistic. We need a realistic first step. And that is why I am here today. Donald, pay attention. This is important. The realistic first step to which I refer is uniting for peace. I call upon all world leaders, but especially all the Arab leaders, to, for once, represent the will of your peoples and stand solidly behind Gustavo Petro and the people of Colombia in their call for a vote in an emergency session of the General Assembly. A vote to authorize the sending of a multinational United Nations peacekeeping force into Gaza and all the other occupied Palestinian territories to stop the Israeli genocide, to restore UNRWA in its great work of provision and aid to those beleaguered people, and to remove the illegal Israeli army of occupation. That is the first step we need. And Gustavo, my good friend, we, the people of the world, need that draft resolution on our desks first thing tomorrow morning. Thank you.
Thank you to Mr. Waters and other guests, academics, professors, and everyone involved in today's session. I'm calling you for a lunch break, and the lunch will take place here at the university. And please ask our young volunteers who have these Gaza t-shirts to track you and show you where you will have your lunch. So yes, thank you, and I will see you at 2. Yes, Penny has a point, sorry.
Just to say, could you please be here about 5 to 2, because it always takes some time to get in and settled. And we caught up, which was marvellous this morning in terms of time, and we want to do the same this afternoon. So thank you very much. Enjoy your lunch.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Can you hear me? And let's check if it's turned on. Yeah, it's on. Okay. Okay, can you hear me? Is it okay? Hello, good afternoon. We're testing our headsets to see if you can hear us. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, so taking off. What is the problem? Does anybody want?
Yes.
Good afternoon again. Hope you had a short, brief rest. Now it's time to continue. And we have reached the panel of experts, and we'll hear some professors, scholars, and different analysis of everything that has been happening in Gaza for the past 2 years and longer. So, at the hearings and root causes, that is the name of this section of today's conference. So the first speaker is Avi Schleim, and he will be speaking about Zionist settler colonialism.
The Zionist movement was a settler colonial movement, and Israel is a settler colonial state. The logic of settler colonialism is the elimination of the natives as a prelude to taking over the land and its resources. The undeclared but real objective of the Zionist movement from the beginning has been to build a Jewish state on as large part of historic Palestine as possible, with as few Arabs inside its borders as possible. Today, Israel effectively controls 100% of historic Palestine. There is an Arabic saying that something that starts crooked remains crooked. The Zionist movement could not have achieved this amazing degree of success without the support of Western imperialism. Noam Chomsky noted that settler colonialism is the most extreme and vicious form of imperialism. For the last century, the Palestinians have been at the receiving ends of Zionist settler colonialism on the one hand and Western imperialism on the other, with Britain playing the leading part until 1948 and America playing the leading part since 1967. In 1917, Britain issued the Balfour Declaration pledging support for a Jewish state in Palestine. At that time, the Jews were 10% of the population and they owned only 2% of the land. So the Balfour Declaration was a classic colonial document which completely disregarded the rights and aspirations of the local population. Last month, Britain recognized Palestine. This was welcome, but it was pathetically little, and it was 107 years too late. The story of the British mandate in Palestine is essentially the story of how Britain stole Palestine from the Palestinians and gave it to the Zionists. The cornerstone of mandatory policy was to withhold elections, to avoid democracy for so long as the Arabs constituted a majority. The Jews only became a majority as a result of the ethnic cleansing of Palestine during the 1948 war. 750,000 Palestinians became refugees, and the name Palestine was wiped off the map. This is the Nakba, the catastrophe. The Nakba, however, is not a one-off event, but an ongoing process of displacement and dispossession of the native population by the colonial power. This process reached its cruel and indeed its sadistic climax with the genocide in Gaza and with the ethnic cleansing of the West Bank in the aftermath of the Hamas attack of the 7th of October. In the Arab world, Israel is widely seen as an illegitimate entity, as an outpost of Western imperialism, as a foreign body planted in the heartland of the Arab world with the intention of dividing and weakening them. This is an oversimplification of history. Nevertheless, it is true that Western support was crucial to the establishment of Israel in 1948 and to the persistence of the colonial empire beyond Israel's original lines since 1967. America is Israel's closest friend and indispensable ally. America gives Israel military aid and diplomatic protection. The problem with American support for Israel is that it is unconditional. It is unconditional. It is not conditional on respecting Palestinian human rights or international law. This is how Israel gets away literally with murder. This is why Israel can continue to act with complete impunity. This is why the international community is unable to call Israel to account for its multiple crimes and egregious violations of international humanitarian law. Benjamin Netanyahu's current government embodies all the most negative aspects of Zionist settler colonialism. It is the most far-right, reactionary, crudely populist, messianic, overtly racist, and territorially expansionist government in Israel's history. Settler violence has dramatically escalated on the West Bank since the 7th of October, with the encouragement of the government and the protection of the army. The extremists in the government openly declare that their ultimate aim is the formal annexation of the West Bank and Jewish resettlement in Gaza. The government exploited the trauma of the 7th of October to intensify the ethnic cleansing of Palestine. A leaked report of the Israeli Ministry of Intelligence outlined concrete plans for depopulating Gaza. Egyptian opposition prevented Israel from implementing this plan, but it did not prevent Israel from achieving its principal aim, namely to make Gaza uninhabitable. Under Netanyahu's leadership, Israel has also committed the crime of all crimes, genocide. Genocide is not just a legal concept, but a fundamentally moral issue. It is the denial of the right to exist of a whole group of people. Israel's national identity is inextricably linked with the Holocaust. But Israel is no longer the victim, if it has ever been. Whereas in the Second World War, the Jews were the defenseless victims of Nazi Germany, today it's the Palestinians who are the defenseless victims of the Jewish state. In a sense, the war in Gaza is a direct result of the Balfour Declaration. The combination of Zionist settler colonialism and Western imperialism is the root cause of the Palestinian tragedy. In Gaza, over the last 2 years, the injustice, the immorality, the inhumanity, and indeed the sadism of Zionist settler colonialism towards the native population have reached a new climax. Given the origins of Israel as a settler colonial state, as Francesca Albanese has pointed in one of her brilliant reports, given the origins of Israel as a settler colonial state, this was a tragedy foretold. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Avi. Are there any questions from the jury? Sami.
Thank you very much, Avi, for your presentation. Very quick question. If we look at the history of settler colonial states, particularly France with Algeria, what future do you see of this conflict? Do you see it along these lines or along the lines of South Africa, where they would be settled and try to integrate? What kind of future do you see in light of what you know about the Zionist ideology?
I believe that apartheid is not sustainable into the 21st century. White apartheid in South Africa ended as a result of international pressure, and I believe that eventually Israel will go down the same way. The impulse to change will not come from within. The pressure from outside would push Israel to end the apartheid regime. And I don't believe that partition is a solution to this problem. I don't think that partition was ever a solution from the beginning. It's one unit. And no one suggested in South Africa that you should divide the country into two states, one black and one white. But people are suggesting now that you have two states, one Jewish, one Arab. It has never worked and it will never work, and therefore I advocate one state from the river to the sea with equal rights for all who live in that space, equal freedom and equal rights for all the people who live in that space, regardless of religion and ethnicity.
Thank you very much, Avi. Brilliant.
Thank you, Professor. And next one to speak is Lana Tatour, and the subject is Zionist settler colonialization and racism in Palestine.
In the 10 minutes I have, I will address specifically the topic of the relationship between Zionism, race, and racism. There is a consensus in the international human rights community that Israel's actions in Gaza amount to genocide. Reports were issued by human rights organizations such as Human Rights Watch, Amnesty International, Il-Haq, B'Tselem, and others, as well as by UN Special Rapporteurs and the UN Independent Commission of Inquiry on Palestine. Genocide studies experts have also determined that Israel is committing genocide. This is, of course, a welcome recognition. However, while these reports and statements acknowledge the genocide and address the dehumanization of Palestinians as core element of it, they do not address Zionism as a form of racism, nor do they name and recognize Zionism as the racial ideology that drives the colonization of Palestine and the genocide in Gaza. This omission, I believe, is something that the jury should take note of and rectify. For 2 years, we have been witnessing the annihilation of Gaza. As Israel announced its genocidal campaign, Israeli officials, including at the highest levels of government, have called for a second Nakba, describing the Palestinians in Gaza as human animals, the children of darkness, monsters, Amalek to be eliminated from infant to the elderly, and evil, and I'm quoting, to be uprooted so that there will be good for the entire region and the world. Israel's Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, declared that the war on Gaza is a battle of civilization against barbarism. These statements are not aberration, nor are they momentary responses to trauma, as often portrayed in the West. They draw on over a century of racialization of Palestinians by the Zionist movement and imperial powers. The Balfour Declaration and its denial of the existence of Palestinians as a people with right to self-determination, the partition plan, the British mandate, the Nakba as a series of events and as an ongoing structure, the mass expulsion of Palestinians, their denial of their right to return in the name of demographic considerations, the occupation of additional Palestinian territories in '67, the siege on Gaza, the genocide, land dispossession, entrenched system of checkpoints and segregated roads, the mass incarceration of Palestinians, the discrimination against Palestinians with Israeli citizenship, they all rely on the treatment of Palestinians as less civilized, as an inferior race, as lesser humans. Racism, racialization, and racial classification and hierarchization are core to the Zionist movement, ideology, and practice. The colonial project in Palestine is also racial and racist. Any reading of the Israeli genocide in Gaza should take into consideration how Zionism emerged as part of an imperial, colonial, and racial history, speaking to imperial order and aspirations, and building on 19th century European conceptions of race. Western imperialism and racism, of which Zionism is part, rendered territories and lands belonging to 9 white peoples, including the Palestinians, available for invasion, exploitation, and settlement. As put by Edward Said, imperialism's the theory, colonialism, the practice. Moreover, Zionism was not antagonistic to colonialism, nor to the idea of race itself. On the contrary, Zionists built on and benefited from both. Race was central to the Zionist mission of establishing Jews as a nation and the people, not just a religious group. Furthermore, Zionist leaders themselves described the movement as one of colonial settlement, an extension of European imperialism, bringing civilization and modernization to the Orient. Theodor Herzl talked about the Jewish state as an outpost of civilization as opposed to barbarism. The idea was that while Jews are inferior race in Europe, in Palestine, they are racially superior to Palestinians. And if Palestinians are an inferior race, then they are not deserving of self-determination, sovereignty. Their national aspirations can be ignored, and they can be expelled, transferred, removed, killed, and their land taken. Already in 1965, Fayez Sayer wrote that racial elimination stands at the heart of the Zionist project since its inception. The Zionist quest for eliminating Palestinians is now taking one of its most brutal forms, the genocide in Gaza. Israel has destroyed all means that sustain human life and has made Gaza unlivable. The annihilation of Gaza has been justified, supported, facilitated, and carried by Western powers, Western media, and corporations. It relies on anti-Arab, anti-Muslim, and anti-Palestinian racism, and on the attribution of more value to Jewish life while disregarding Palestinian life. It is this deep-seated racism that allows this genocide to continue despite it being live-streamed. In Gaza, we see the treatment of Palestinians not just as less than humans, but also as non-human. Israelis are dancing in parties, social gatherings, and weddings, and exercising to songs that call to exterminate Palestinians with genocidal lyrics, such as "May your village burn." Israeli civilians are actively blocking and destroying food and medical supplies intended for the people in Gaza. They are picnicking with their families at sites where they can watch the bombing of Gaza as a form of entertainment. They protest for the right to rape Palestinians, and Israeli parliament debates the legitimacy of raping Palestinians. Israelis relish on TikTok videos of killed and starved Palestinians, taking pleasure from watching dogs eating bodies of dead Palestinians that were never allowed to be respectfully buried. Soldiers make videos of themselves wearing lingerie of Palestinian women, mocking them, and playing with toys that once belonged to kids, now either displaced or killed. What we are witnessing in Gaza is race at work. It is Zionism at work. On 10th of November 2025, 2 weeks from now, we will be marking 50 years to Resolution 3379, which determined that Zionism is a form of racism and racial discrimination. Unfortunately, in 1991, the PLO agreed to rescind the resolution, one of the greatest achievements we had, simply as a precondition to enter the negotiations that led to the Oslo Accords. 50 years later, the genocide in Gaza and Israel's ongoing colonization and apartheid in Palestine demonstrate the need to recenter the conversation on the racial and racist nature of the Zionist colonial project. As Noura Rakat powerfully writes, and I'm quoting, "Understanding the racial dimension of the Palestinian struggle for freedom, including that Zionism is a form of racism and racial discrimination, is work that is still ongoing, on the ground and in scholarship. It remains our unfinished business," end of quote. International institutions and the human rights community still insist on reading genocide as well as apartheid as divorced from Zionism. Even when they acknowledge racial domination and Jewish supremacy, they do not recognize Zionism as their source. It remains the unspoken taboo. Justice and accountability for Palestinians demand that we address this. Settler colonialism, apartheid, and genocide do not exist outside the grammar of race, which in Palestine is the grammar of Zionism. I call the jury to address Zionism as a colonial project and a form of racism in their consideration of Israel's genocide in Gaza. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll just wait and see if the jurors have any questions. Christine, you have a question.
Thank you very much for that very powerful presentation. You described correctly Zionism as a colonial settler project grounded in 19th century views of coloniality, racism, etc. In so many other areas, that has been discredited, and we have moved on, I hope, in our ideas of racism. So why does it still persist here? What's the, why have we got this historical continuity without it being broken?
Very big question. Thank you. Sorry?
Can you repeat the question,
Oh,
Christine? I'm sorry.
Can I repeat it?
But into the microphone.
Yeah, sorry, was it not into the mic sufficiently? There was a horrible echo, which is why I was trying to come away from it. The concept of Zionism as a colonial racist ideology, dating from at least the 19th century European views of colonialism, is clear. But in so many other areas, we've moved on, and we have a more modernist, contemporary understanding of racism and have rejected racism in so many areas. So why have we got this continuity? Why has it persisted in this way for over 100 and however many years it is now? I mean, it's a difficult question, but have you any thoughts at all as to why that is the case?
I actually really need to think about it, but I mean, race and racism exist. These kind of intersections between imperialism, race, and racism are still apparent globally and in the international system and international law. I think what the genocide in Gaza has really emphasized is that we are able to see the racial and racist roots from their origins from 19th century in such strong way today, and seeing how it has never actually ended. And it is because it goes back to Zionism and settler colonialism in Palestine being still as strong as it was decades ago and over a century ago. And the perception in Israel that the Zionist project is unfinished business, because Palestinians have not been eliminated, because the territory has not been taken in full. And in Gaza, with the annihilation, and the attempts to justify the annihilation, we saw this kind of crude racial discourses and frameworks and conceptions put at play in a very visible way and without any shame. What is more striking is not the Israeli discourses, maybe not striking but disappointing, but actually seeing the impunity with which Israel is operating, which again speaks to the deep anti-Palestinian racism and to the less value of life that is given to Palestinians. Thank you.
Thank you, Nana.
Thank you, Professor Tatour. And now it's time to hear Mr. Jeff Halper, Crimes Against Palestinian People, Indicting Zionist Settler Colonialism is subject that Mr. Jeff Halper will be speaking about.
I hate to read, but so I'm sure I stay within my 10 minutes. I'm going to do that. I apologize. My name is Jeff Halper. I'm the director of ICAD, an Israeli-based anti-colonial organization dedicated to resisting the Israeli demolition of Palestinian homes, the Zionist colonization of Palestine, and for establishing a shared democracy between the river and the sea. I'm here in my capacity as an expert on the crimes of house demolitions and settler colonialism. In the few minutes I have, I'll address specifically the need for the tribunal to look up from the specific areas of crime being committed by Israel in Gaza in order to hold accountable the very system, Zionist settler colonialism, that spawns those crimes. The crimes of which Israel is accused, from plausible genocide, war crimes, and crimes against humanity, to specific and myriad violations of the Fourth Geneva Convention and the International Convention on the Suppression and Punishment of the Crime of Apartheid, among others, cannot be addressed only as crimes in and of themselves. For justice to be advanced and to ensure that these crimes never happen again, The political and ideological system from which they emerge must also be dismantled. This was recognized in a way when the UN General Assembly adopted the Zionism is Racism resolution in 1975. Although that wasn't an operational resolution, but merely declarative, and it was repealed, unfortunately, in 1991. The verdict regarding Israel's operations in Gaza must relate not only to specific criminal policies and actions, but also then to the criminal system that spawned them. Zionism's very purpose, to Judaize Palestine, by definition, violates the right of the Palestinian people to self-determination as guaranteed in the UN Charter. The principle that all peoples have an inalienable right to complete freedom, sovereignty, and territorial integrity has risen to a point of customary law. Settler colonialism, however, isn't a concept with a clear and adjudicable definition that can be applied in international law, like, for example, occupation or apartheid. This weakens the ability to apply international law to cases of settler colonialism. To the broader illegal colonial system of Zionism, which is to them. Settler colonialism, in both its ancient and modern forms, is a form of colonization in which settlers arrive in another country, Zionism, or as a policy of grabbing and integrating territory, as in the Sinification of Tibet, the Iraqi attempt to Arabize Kurdistan, or the Russification of control of its lands, replace the native population with the settler one